Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Yo, 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 good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Oi, oi, oi. Tis a Monday. Tis a Monday. It's going to be a hot one today. It's going to be a scorcher. Looks like, it looks like the heat wave is slowly rising. It's getting slightly spicy in Team Finland today. Good day to sit indoors, play some video games and have fun. I have got a short week this week. I was actually almost contemplating not streaming at all this week. I'm away from Wednesday. I got a small little 2-night break with the wife for our 10th anniversary. Small little getaway, which has meant that this week is a little bit short. But we still got a couple of days to poke around and have a few. Get a few things done. Not sure what we're going to do. Just probably work on collecting some more stuff. Probably keeping the characters up and running. We'll see. We'll see. Cal, by the way, thank you very much for the Prime first thing this morning. Love that on a Monday morning. That really helps. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Good morning. Who else we got in here? A1. We got Boggart, Kahani. Welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you all. It was 35 degrees the weekend. It's getting hot, isn't it? It's getting hot. It really is. Summer's doing its bit for sure. Summer's doing its work. Talking of work, let's get the work orders. Let's have a little look at these first thing this morning, see if there's anything interesting going on with these. Never any public orders, because why would there be public orders? Because they're a scam. None of these look particularly favourable, though. I don't mind spending a bit of gold for some knowledge points, but not 3,000 gold. That's not happening. See if we can at least get our catch-up points. What have we been selling? What have we been selling? A couple of dawn-lit bits and bobs. It's going to be an interesting one going into season 2, having most of the professions like min-maxed. It's going to be really intriguing to see if any of the new stuff coming in 12.1 can be spun profitably, or whether there'll just be so many people all diving on the same stuff. We'll have to see. I checked the electricity usage of running the AC all day. It's about the same as heating during the winter. Oh, really? Jesus. That gets, yeah, that's going to be pretty brutal, isn't it? Most of the time, the winter months is where you expect to have big energy bills. The only aircon we have is in here, is in the studio. We don't have any aircon in the house. Although I've been kind of considering putting an aircon unit in the house for a year or two now. It's just finding that spare 1,500 euros to do it. Lots of other bills all the time. None of these look particularly juicy. Pay a little bit for some catch-up points. Pay a little bit for the catch-up points. Oh, do we not need any materials? Run the pellet thing in reverse. Yeah, just put the oven on cold. It's easy. I genuinely wish you could. Wish you could. That reminds me, I need to clean out the pellet boiler. That's never a fun job. That's a whole day exercise. The annoying thing is it doesn't take very long, but you got to switch it off in the morning so that it gets nice, so it gets cool enough so you can use it. Then it takes an hour or so to clean it, and then it takes another hour or so to spin it all back up and get it working again. In the summer, it's gross, because even when it's switched off, it's like 50 degrees in there. It's like a sauna. Okay. Not a huge amount of orders to do. Maybe we can get some of this stuff relisted. Where did the prism come from? Did we resource proc a prism? Take it. Oh, dude, Chalida, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning. Moat looks too energetic. What, the high one? Bouncing up and down. Let's see where we get to. 20, 20. Every 10 points we get a recipe. Going in there, braces probably. This damn thing's gonna evade me the whole expansion, isn't it? Gonna evade me the entire time. These are from the Spectres. I think we've looked at all of these the other day, didn't we? Realising the only ones that we have a shout at getting are very low raid drop chance kind of ones now. Or via treasures. This one we can go and grab though. Why didn't we go and grab this one? Haha! Because I only have 95 leatherworking moxie. How's that happen then? 95 leatherworking moxie. Sure. Well, I guess we don't grab this yet. What am I doing with 2,900 jewel crafting moxie though? Is there really nothing to use that on now? Not missing any jewel crafting recipes that requires moxie. Is that purely just being stockpiled up for season 2 high quality material burn and recipe burn? We could gamba on a few recipes, couldn't we? I've got literally no other reason to use this moxie for anything else. I don't, you know, I can sell the materials later. What's 2,900 divided by 6? It's like 4 and a bit, isn't it? 4 and a bit. Another 100 moxie, and it's a fifth moxie bag. Is that right? Is that maths correct? Should we buy 4 moxie bags and see what we can get with them? I want to quadruple check that there's nothing. Are there new recipes you can get in moxie bags in 0.1? Well, that would be the only reason to save the moxie. I mean, at the moment, who knows? From what I've seen so far, a lot of the new recipes are either they don't have a source yet, or some of them are even saying fishing. They didn't add new recipes last time. And due to them not adding to the Moxie bags, that is. It'd be kind of cool if they did, but I don't know. It's also worth waiting and seeing if these new... There's a couple of new embellishments. Seeing if they're actually going to be worth anything. I need to get a couple of points for my fishing to get it to 200. Then isn't the... Well, you get 100 points for fishing by unalloyed abundance. That said, I kind of want to save this for the fishing rod. Get a fishing rod, who knows? Got to get fishing up to 300 before the 12.1 patch, that's for sure. Whether I do it by actually fishing. Do I need any treasures, actually? I don't need any treasures this week. I need the books. Why have I not got the books? I need to just order 10 books off my scribe.
Are you planning a purchase?
Where even are they? What are they called? Where are they? Consumables? Other? Where even are they? Alassian jewel crafting. Leather working. Also, I'll just put these out for public order. No, no, I'll make them myself. Who's making them? Me. Off-brander, that sounds right. Two, 3, 4, 5. Get a few multi-crafts on those. Hopefully. Let's get those crafted. Not sure what I'm going to do with myself. Excited for the easy lumber, though. Yeah, I do think the slow and steady, but likely quite consistent route will be decor this whole expansion. I think by the time Season 2 comes, people are going to have no choice but to pay more attention to decor. There's clearly some reluctance to it still to this day because of having to farm the lumber, but I can't help but think people are going to get to the point with gold making where there really isn't any better viable options, unless you just casually already have 100 alts burning through some sort of concentration or patron orders, more likely. Did abundance on a few alts to get my mains fishing up to 300. Would rather do that over fishing for hours. Yeah, there's that. I could do that. That would probably be a smarter move. But get ready to do a bunch of fishing in the new patch anyway. I wouldn't mind getting an epic crafted fishing rod with the perception enchant on it. That would be kind of useful. It's not an enchant, is it? It's the, you know, the treasures that you combine, and I can't remember the name of it. The master crafting fishing thing. Can't remember its name. Right, can we get a few multi-crafts on these? Do I have a... Oh, I don't even have a multi-craft tool. Oh, God. My tool is fully spec'd into resourcefulness. Oh. Alrighty. I've never bothered getting inscription stuff yet, because, well, all of my fused vitality went into tailoring. Is tailoring finished, actually? I've got 27 fused vitality. That means that we've got enough for something. I should probably make my second tailoring tool. Then tailoring is just done. GG, well played. Never have to worry about it again. And any further fused vitality goes into inscription. Didn't realise I was at that point. Maybe we make a second one of these. That's not today's task. Right, this second task, though. Let's get these made, at least. We're unlikely to get any multi-crafts on these, because I don't even have a multi-craft tool, because I'm a pleb scribe, but what are you going to do? Haha! A 6 multi-craft. Yes, we take that. 6 multi-craft when I hadn't even stacked for multi-craft. Yoink. Part of doing a bunch of making sure we've completed the 4 starter zones will probably also include getting a bunch of lumber. Because I would kind of like to properly keep the midnight lumber decor items crafted and up for sale, at least on my home realm. It seems like a sensible thing to do. It's not the most serious of goal making. There are far more serious things that could be being done, but it feels like it works. It feels like it's sensible. Do you think there's enough enchanting knowledge points for me to do a bit of a catch up with enchanting? Wonder how far behind we are. You seem to have a lot of materials in your bags. I thought your advice was to sell them ASAP. I mean, it looks like a lot, but in the grand scheme, the grand scale of it, it's, you know, a few tens of thousands of gold worth of materials, maybe. The materials in my bags are usually just what is needed for some work, for some patron orders, which funnel into knowledge points and stuff. It's not any serious quantity of mats. I use my recommendation to others for the most part. This is basically because of the question that comes through all the time. The question of, should I sell my materials now or should I sell them later? And I'm like, well, if you're happy with the price of them now, sell them now. But I'm not in any desperate need for an extra 10,000 gold, so I don't worry about it too much. We ended up with 10 jewel crafting books. We doubled the amount of jewel crafting books because of that one multi-craft proc. If I was really smart, I'd go put all of the materials in the war bank so that they're all just there, but I'm inherently very lazy about this sort of stuff. Light's potential drop from 190 to 130 in a week. Is it better to craft and save for Season 2, or do potions just slowly go to 0 over the expansion? High quality potions are going to get significant, well, relatively, now you got to, please listen to this answer carefully. Relatively, potions will be cheaper in Season 2 than they were in Season 1. This is because of a change to the vials, how you make the vials. At the moment, high quality vials are really expensive because you need high quality glass to make high quality vials. In 12.1, you're going to be able to just use a lot of normal quality glass to make those vials instead, which is going to pull the price of those vials way, way, way down, in turn making all potions at high quality seemingly cheaper, which is probably why some people are panic selling off supply now whilst the going is still good, causing the price to crash. But relatively speaking, potions will be cheaper than they have been in Season 1. Jewel crafters are able to convert 5 normal glass into 1 high quality glass, which will balance out to basically mean that high quality vials, instead of being like 200, 250 gold a piece, will probably be like 30 gold a piece. Maybe 50 gold, who knows. Either way, though, the vials are going to be significantly cheaper. Cuts the crafting cost of high quality potions down a lot. Still a market that will be dominated by concentration crafting. So some people's mileage may vary, but... right, where are we going here? I've got... We're good with jewel crafting and leatherworking. Actually, on my main character, I do feel as if I should probably finish the campaign. I've only got a few bits and bobs of it left to do. I also realised the other day, I've kind of stumbled across this on stream, but my renown is just tragically bad with some of the factions that I kind of feel I want to get fixed before we move on to different zones. My desire to like harvest as much as possible from the 4 starting zones whilst it's still current content. As soon as we go to a new zone, it'd be nice to just put all our focus on the new one and forget about the old ones. But look, I'm still miles behind on these. Got to renown 12, 13 or so by just doing the questing in the zones, but clearly I need to be playing in these zones a bit more, whether it be doing the world quests or the weekly activities out there or what. The weekly gives so much marl. Yeah, I've really dropped the ball on really dropped the ball on just doing the zones weeklies. I really have. Because because you're right, the amount of void light that can come from them is kind of crazy. Need another 88k. You are so far ahead of me then. So far ahead of me. I'm kind of thinking at some point when I spin up the other 4 accounts. The other 4 accounts are on hiatus at the moment because there's no point running 5 accounts at the moment. There's not enough going on in the game. If I was just hardcore doing cross-realm flipping at the moment, there'd be value to having them up and running, but I don't want to be putting quite as much effort into goal making. I'm more enjoying just tinkering, playing the game at the moment.
It's Magister Umbric, actually. But it's good to be
But with a 5-box setup, doing the weeklies, like 5 at a time, feels like the play to just zerg void light, like, super fast. So we'll probably sort of pass that mission off for another day. How are we doing, Golson? Welcome in. Welcome in. With the leveling changes, I've been doing the weeklies on 80 plus alts. The experience is good, and it's a great way to level a lot while still getting your weeklies done. Are you doing the normal hunts then? Is that the thing that you're doing with them, or is just the base experience for completing them good enough? Do you get like a level per week or something on your alts? Because I can see that being, you know, that being a nice wombo combo. Get your alts slowly leveled up. Get your bunch of void light and whatever. Seems sensible.
As an embassy for the Rendori. You are actually letting us back into the city regularly?
To get out of Silver Moon, flipping FPS in this zone is terrible. We are not in the right place. Here we go, here we go in.
Varisa and I have decided.
Artful, how we doing? Welcome in.
Afford to fight each other.
Not when
Oh, you're using Sloot's emotes. He's got some really cool emotes. Just doing the zone stuff. It's about 2 levels. On your level 80s. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, there will come a point where I'll have to figure out how do we level all of the alts from 80 to 90 sort of reasonably efficiently. We kind of got the cheat code in The War Within, because killing rares for the Mechanica was a very slow but steady way to get the alts leveled up. And then when they got to like 88 or something, I just zerged them to, or 78 or whatever it was, so I could just zerg the last few. In the 0.1 patch last expansion, I got all of my alts. I went from having about 10 max level characters to over 100 in that one patch.
Let this flame remind us of our true calling.
All whilst making a bunch of gold from Mechanica, which was kind of fun.
I agree to this compact, though I will never forgive the Horde for what it has done.
As I will never forgive the Alliance for purging us from Dalaran. Yet,
yeah, trying to, at least a little bit at the moment, just get the... Just get the quest log empty, really, before we start thinking about... It's... I know I'm super early on this, but I feel as if I have to be super early on this sort of stuff. Kind of super early to be thinking heavily about 12.1, but now it's on the PTR and we see what it is and we kind of know what's coming. It's much easier to get stuff done now. Doing the weekly in the new zone is over 1 level per hour of gameplay, assuming that you clear the map for completing it. I mean, that's... I suppose it's acceptable in sort of bite-sized chunks, but it's not super quick, is it? Because an hour per level is still going to take you 10 hours worth of 10 hours of doing something. It'd be nice if there's an activity. Like, I think this is where... What did they boost in 1207? They boosted Delve experience a whole bunch. They boosted the hunts of all difficulties, got a massive increase, like 5 times the amount of experience or something for doing the hunts. Need to maybe check out what
it's good you were here.
What's his name? Haldren.
Gifts from their home to help with the dark
He's a big leveling
we are ready for them.
fella, isn't he? See what his take is on.
I know this is
Not what not one sitting leveling, because he has some of the world records for speed leveling, doesn't he? So not necessarily a one sitting fastest, but what's a very, very efficient 5 minutes for like half a bar experience kind of activity.
The future. Trust me, Ramath.
Hunt's the way to go. 110 experience every 7 to 8 minutes, assuming you actually know what you're doing. That seems
All
like
to
it could
allow
be the
the
play,
void to
couldn't it?
remain
Just
at
do a
all,
couple of hunts on your...
calculations have to be
Do it
perfect,
with, you know,
Umbric. Well, then
war
it's a
mode
good thing you're
on,
looking
do
over
it
my shoulder,
with...
isn't it?
War mode on, do it with rested experience, and then just log them off, come back to them next time, do it again.
We have brought the
If you're in no
purifying
rush to get
waters
them
of our
leveled, but just want to
moonways.
get it done long
I
term.
hope it will help.
Abundance multi-box leveling is unbeatable long-term strategy, though. Abundance multi-box, because of that, just doing the weekly, you don't really get... Do you get much experience, though, from that? You don't get experience from the Abundance event, but is it maybe that one weekly quest is just, like, half a level or something? Follow the Arrow add-on has the fastest way to do alts, which includes the 1207 changes. Super fast now. I used it once or twice
The sentiment.
already.
I know this was not an easy decision.
The right decision is seldom easy. A lesson that we must all take to heart.
Hunts can be spammed. Abundance is only once a week. Yeah, but if you can do like 5 characters and you just leave them at the Abundance entrance, I can see where Goldson's coming from if that one quest is like super efficient.
We stand here today because of you, champion. Let us put an end to this dark well. We founded this kingdom as exiles.
You get the 2k gold and the 500 Void Light Mile now as well. Even that, to be honest, adds up. If you like, if 2k gold, multiply that by 5 characters, you're making 10k in 3 minutes. 10k gold in 3 minutes, and then just log them off.
Though today we celebrate,
Kind of wild, actually.
there remains much to which we must attend. Still, thank you for all you have done.
Couple of bits of decor, don't mind if I do. Add those to the collection. Our Dragon Hawk mount. Very nice, very green, very pigeon. Weekly is unironically actually good for gold. The Bountiful Delves is not bad either. Yeah, because the main weekly quests, their gold value can proc, can't it? It can proc up to like 15k, which is kind of bananas.
We owe our service to those in need. So,
Oh, you are a
why do you keep
lamplighter.
stealing glances at
Your
the
gear
steep
is
of the
really fucking difficult to find and really
was my
expensive.
mentor. He taught me so much about the light.
Oh, excellent. Then you can introduce us.
Wait!
I find doing the world quests in the 2
this
new
is
zones
Farron Lothar
and the
of
10
Hellfire
first-time
Rathi.
delves tends to be a
I'm
pretty
sure
fast
she's
way to get from 80 to
overflowing with
90.
questions.
What would you... It is an honor,
Yeah, a few people
young
have said that
Lothar.
the 2 new
I
zones are
know
not
This
bad
new
for leveling
Dawnwell is a
alts.
fitting tribute to
Plus,
our
you'll
unity.
get yourself a bit of the
Though,
currency needed
learning to
to...
live without the Sunwell's power may
Some of the
take
currency
some
needed
used
to actually,
What?
Perhaps.
you know, start getting them a bit
Far
of
more
gear if you want
concerning
as well.
Beatrice. With all that's happened, we haven't had much time to talk.
What's on your mind?
When the attack
A few new
first
hyper spawns
started,
in the new zone,
you
not
went
sure
to the
how good it
Sunwell
is
and
though.
Prayed for a miracle. Heroes from all over the world appeared in a flash of light. just in
Honestly, the
time to
best
save
way
the
to
city.
find out how to level fast is just to like buy 1 boost for leveling, see what it is they're doing, and then just replicate it yourself. Like, it's kind of cheeky, but it seems like the sensible way to do it. Right. Let's work on clearing this quest log a little bit. Because I clearly have lots of random stuff to do. Just wondering if any of it's like really worth doing. Ritual site studies 2 of 3. I need to do another tier 6. one more tier 6. Boosters were leveling in the Arathi quest line, exploiting some click objectives, sub 1 hour from 80 to 90. Yeah, the one that spawned all of the cockroach things. Yeah, that's always the slight issue, that if the people boosting are cheesing some sort of clever use of game mechanic slash exploit, there's not much you can do about it, but... Where'd I get these snowballs from? Oh, they're flipping probably from the new Val zone, isn't it? Yeah. Zone I really, really, really don't want to go back to. I might poke my nose in there in a minute just to see if the right world quest is up. Oh, from Midsummer Firefest. Ha! You're getting snowballs from Midsummer. That makes sense. Perfect logic. Oh yeah, we need to do that as well. We need to kill a hoon. Get these out of my bags. Maybe queue up for this quickly. Do need the Sun Festival's painted rock. I haven't updated my add-ons in like a month. Shit, where'd it go? Where'd you go? Hello? Curseforge? Where'd you go? Oh, I'll come back to that. Right, update all add-ons. Yes, please. Okay, right. I've only recently started having ATT open, which now means I'm aware of there being humongous amounts more random things in a zone than I ever knew. Dust them off. That's the moths, right? Find all the glowing moths. You can sell the huge snowballs in the auction house. People use them for the last boss. The Nexus on Mythic Plus. Are they really? That's quite funny. There's always question marks about why people buy certain things on the auction house. Always weird question marks, but it's sometimes the answer's sometimes very amusing. Stupid pet's getting himself killed. This mounts on a bad luck protection system, so if I actually remember to kill this boss just like once a day, we should still get the mount from this as well. Nuke his ass. Never lucky. He take like 99. Oh, he takes 90% reduced damage. Can I just keep killing him then? Is there anything else? I suppose there's the new bonfires for the Midsummer event as well. That probably finishes soon, doesn't it? Is Midsummer a 1 or a 2-week thing in the game? It's on for the rest of this week. I should probably make sure I actually double check that there's anything else we need from that. The new transmog set for the Blossoms is there? Played the game for so many years now that it's really easy to just completely gloss over the seasonal events now. Oh yeah, huge snowballs. There we do. And some more. Was there any new achievements or anything for Midsummer? Where is it? World events. Midsummer. Oh, there is. Oh, Jesus! I apparently have not done this for a few years. I've clearly not done bonfires for quite a while. Well, that's a fun one. Well, let's go fly around and get some bonfires then. Yeah, in theory should do this on an alt, shouldn't I? But where's the board gone?
What's your lucky do? Farewell, friend of the Grummels.
Do I want the void? Do I want the augment runes or do I want the void light mile? I don't want to do this for the void light mile. 1,500 gold or 500 void light mile. I'll take the void light mile. Wonder if they'll introduce more neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are... Well, I mean, I hope at some point... I don't think they will, though. I hope at some point they switch them up to be not instanced. You know, an option to have, like, a guild neighborhood, cool, great. But I would really like, and I don't think they will, unfortunately, but I would really like if they went the route of just straight making them out in the open world so that you could just be flying around and see other people's houses. Technical limitations at the moment, at least for early implementation, probably have meant that having them in a neighborhood was kind of a bit of a requirement, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely one thing that's holding the community feel of housing back is that it's locked away in a, you know, very heavily locked behind lock and key, you know. You're not going to accidentally come across somebody that's got a really cool house in quite the same way. Oh god, this is going to be difficult, isn't it? Because I'm not going to be able to fly past a piece of lumber as we do this. When they switch up the housing and give us the blueprints, that I think that's going to make a world of difference, you know. I'm pretty sure that'll make a world of difference. It's not going to really... It's difficult, right? It's the blueprint side of things probably isn't going to get those people who are not that fussed about housing to become fussed about housing. But it's such a quality of life feature for those that are fussed about housing. I mean, I, for one, will be happy to sell bonus decor to literally anybody that wants it, but it's not me to question why they're doing it, but more is always more. Don't get lumber gathering, then you can't be distracted. What? Yeah, just make sure you don't have the ability. Free cash money, though. Cash money. This is part of the way that you can keep yourself at a point where you end up with more gold than you ever need. Whenever you're playing the game, you're gold conscious. Then let's put it this way: the poorest people in the game are the people that raid log, because they never do anything other than an activity that predominantly consumes gold, and so hence they've always never got enough of it. When you're flying around doing world quests or whatever else you are doing, if you're completing some quests or you're going back and doing a seasonal event, just pick shit up that you see. Pick it up.
Oh,
Then you win.
hello.
Quality of life would be making decor stack. Yeah, if you buy like 6 chairs, it would make more sense for it to just say like 6, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Decay still lingers in this place. We must do what we can to stop its spread. I am counting on your aid.
I haven't got my lumber values switched on right now, but I still think that, I mean, most lumber I think is still 200, 250 gold a piece.
The strong hinges of Three Falls Lookout forgot to order supplies again. We need someone to hunt and gather to keep the place going.
I do think Midnight will probably end up being an expansion where I do spend more time like actually playing the expansion. The War Within got very busy. With soon as we got on the Mechanica train, the rest of the War Within got very, very busy. You know, we were leveling alts, we were doing the multi-box thing, we were doing some cross-realm selling. Got very, very busy, and I think throughout most of the War Within, I didn't really feel as if I played the game all that much again. We're not talking like Shadowlands level, didn't play the game, but I felt I played Dragonflight naturally more so. I think Midnight's going to be the same for me. Midnight might end up being an expansion that we actually kind of play it a bunch. For those who are confused why I'm in Dragonflight, we're doing the Midsummer stuff at the moment. And I clearly haven't done the Midsummer stuff for a few expansions, and I'm hacking trees while we do it, because free gold. Go for KSM on your hunter? Nah, I'm not playing it like that. I'm looking to enjoy the game, not hate it more.
You wish to speak?
Yo, Chris, welcome in. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Thank you very much for the 55 streak. Impressive numbers. There won't be many bonuses to the streak this week, because I'm only actually here Monday, Tuesday this week. Where's this one then? Dragon Skull Base Camp.
Blood and thunder.
I can't believe I didn't do all of these, you know. I can't believe throughout the entirety of Dragonflight and the War Within, at no point did I do the Midsummer event. You gonna miss the start of the Time Walking Bonanza? Meh. Fine.
The fishing nets we've set are attracting local predators. Do what you can to repel them. so that our nets remain undisturbed.
Enjoy the game for what it is right now, and because it's free, because of the minimal trading, farming, crafting I do, it works out quite well. Yeah, I've always wrestled with the fact that goal making is one of those activities where there isn't really any clear finish line with it. And it does mean it's often very, very easy to accidentally spend all of your time trying to just make a number go bigger. And I've gone entire expansions where I've just tried to make that number get bigger, and I've got completely bamboozled by it all, and then felt like I've never actually played the game. It's partly over the years why I've always been pretty reluctant to do much farming, because farming's just a time sink, humongous time sink. It's often one of the most reliable, but it's also one of the most lowest forms of generating gold from an efficiency level. And so if you end up doing too much farming, you do just end up trading your gameplay time mathematically down to like, okay, if I farm for 5 hours, I make 100k gold.
How?
I've never done the maths on it, but I often consider doing farming as a loss of opportunity of something else. Sure, I make 20,000 gold an hour farming, but am I losing an entire hour's worth of actually playing and enjoying the game the way I want? How much is that actually worth to me, you know? Made peace with not trying to make a stupid amount of gold in Midnight. 26 mil now, good with that. Make enough gold to sustain what I want to do playing the game. Yeah, it's if you can get to a point where you're happy with the amount you've got, you've already won, yeah. Sure. I mean, I've kind of got a semi-passive goal of getting back up to 100 mil in Midnight. It's a semi-passive goal. It's not one I'm super pushing for. I'm probably 40, 45 mil in terms of liquid gold right now. I don't even know. It'll be probably 12-1 where we'll switch things on a little bit more to try and push it up by another 10, 15 mil. I'd have to get pretty heavy into cross-realm selling, I think, to do 100 mil plus again, but I also, you know, don't really need the extra gold. It's just so if I can make it enjoyable and it piles up whilst it's also enjoyable, that's the best result for me. Right, so that was Dragon Isles. Or at least some of Dragon Isles. Why does it still say we've got more to do? Never did the deck or treasure hunt either. Where's the house upgrades, dude? It's flashing at me to go say hi.
Glory to the Horde. For the Horde.
Go. Find your niche and stick with it. There's so many different types of goal making. There are. I try to... I mean, I'm not very good at showcasing more basic stuff. I've actually, like, it's... booting up the NA account gives me way more desire to do, like, some of the more simple stuff. Because it's my account where I don't have, like, 20 years of progress and humongous amounts of progress made on it, and, you know, nearly every recipe in every profession and all of this sort of stuff. The NA accounts, in a way, is quite refreshing to play for that reason. That said, I do need to double check on the NA account and see how it's going, to be fair. I don't technically need the flamey dudes, I don't think, from these bonus zones, but it's taking us there anyway. Zaralek Cavern. Here's a place we haven't been for a while. This is Zaralek Cavern 1.0. Get ready for Zaralek Cavern 2.0 in a few weeks' time. Why have I got a quest to hand in here? Have I got a... I have. I've never bothered to open this because I don't really need it for anything. 10 barter boulders. These flipping things are still soulbound, are they? Got 101 barter boulders. I still think I technically need to buy that stupid hat thing with the barter boulders, but more squirrels. More squirrels for another day. Did you see the big leak rumor video that Belial put out? It's kind of interesting. I saw the graphic that he's talking about in it.
Well met.
Yeah, I saw the graphic in it. Looked kind of intriguing. Wait 12 minutes for the teleport plot to cool down. That cannot be the fastest way to get to Zandalar. How do we get out of here? What's my Hearthstone at? Do a Hearthstone, we'll get there faster. There's, let me see if I can find it. This is what people are banging on about, isn't it? This is what people are banging on about. That apparently a slate of the World of Warcraft timeline has been leaked. Regardless of how confidential you and legitimately you believe this to be, it's an interesting graphic all the same. The War Within coming out in Q3 2024, Midnight coming out in Q1 2026, an estimated Q3 release for The Last Titan. And of course, TBD on 14.0, but Q1 2029. Still sort of indicating, if we're to believe anything that is here, that they're keeping to the same cadence for the expansion launches as well now. Kind of goes against my theory that they're trying to squish it to a yearly expansion cycle. But, you know, we'll see. 18 months is still the default, at least. Classic and Camelot. End of this year, looks like quarter 3 for Camelot, whatever Project Camelot is described to be, is probably intriguing the classic fanboys. Warcraft Chronicles RTS and an anime series coming out at the end of 2028. An Arthas ARPG coming out in 2029. I think all of this is just kind of like meh, whatever. The interesting one is that a classic fresh is not scheduled until 2028 by this purpose. For those who are hoping for a classic plus like ASAP, if there's any truth in this whatsoever, you know, there's basically 2 years until a classic fresh turns up. There's a Wrath of the Lich King here, presumably being a... Surely they can't do a what would they be doing here? A revisit to, like, I don't know. The fact that it's confidential on the top cutting off feels like it smells that it's fake 99%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, anybody could have banged this up in 5 minutes, but... So expensive with new expansions and subs. I mean, 18... I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I know some people are not gonna like it, but I would quite happily, very happily, take yearly expansions. Quite happily. Quite happily. Camelot, that's Classic Plus. It matches BlizzCon's release. Maybe. It's had a code name of Camelot, who knows? Yeah, who knows? If it's even remotely close, I mean, no shit they're going to tell us something interesting at BlizzCon, right? Like, BlizzCon this year will have something. BlizzCon's in September, isn't it? So they'll tell us something. They'll tell us something. But this is the graphic that was floating around the internet last week as the leaks go. And of course, I imagine half of YouTubers jumped on it for clickbait reasons. Can't make a quality game in a year. You can make a shitty one. Well, like I've said, I suspect that... I've suspected for a while now that from a business perspective, they'll just cut out the middle patch. We'll just have 2 patch. We'll have an expansion launch patch and then a second season. Like they'll cut expansions down to like 2 seasons. Is my theory. The middle season always has the lowest level of engagement of the entire expansion. It dips down before it starts coming back up again. The end of an expansion is where they've been doing like remixes and bonus events, and you also have like beta that attracts a huge amount of attention to it. The middle season in World of Warcraft now, the middle 6 months of the 18 months is a bit of a drought anyway. So to just shave that out and instead just have an expansion launch season and then the second season and then an expansion launch season and the second season, and it's just a 6 month. They still keep the same cadence that they've got now. They just slice out an entire raid, an entire season. So you would argue the quality of the content would probably be the same. There'd just be less of it. But I'm all for that, for the fact that expansion launches are without doubt the best seasons in World of Warcraft. An expansion, nothing beats an expansion launch, so I would happily take more expansion launches, and if it meant once a year, I'm happy as pig in shit, like genuinely, because I think the expansion launch is the expansion launch season in my mind is 3 or 4 times better than a season 2 or a season 3. Now I'm got to be clear here that obviously I have other vested interests in having more expansion launches. Like, I'm not trying to hide the fact that the expansion launch season is the season where I actually, you know, it justifies me being able to do this full time. And so hence, yes, some more expansion launches wouldn't go amiss. So yes, I'm clearly ever so slightly biased in that regard, but they seem to be making like one solid season and then one filler season anyway. So with that in mind, it doesn't seem outlandish to just cut out the filler season. I mean, lore-wise, they can tell the story however they want to tell the story. That's an easy fix. Biggest announcement Blizz can make at BlizzCon is a WoW 2 that just uses Unreal Engine. Wishful thinking more than anything. Well, yeah. The Unreal Engine is good, like, graphically, but I still think Blizzard's, or World of Warcraft's, like, combat system is second to none. There are some, you know, we bash on the WoW engine feeling a little bit old quite regularly. Yet there are still some things that I still think is better than what most games have been able to achieve. High fidelity graphics would be kind of cool. But the fact I still struggle to get 30 FPS in a capital city right now does worry me for the performance that a high fidelity WoW would bring.
Hello, man.
Yeah, who knows?
There is a dangerous foe close to you. We need it slain before it causes any more trouble.
4 terabyte SSD be able to play it. Yeah, you'd probably need and a bonus RAM cache.
And kill those blood trolls.
Now there's a pre-order. There's a pre-order for GTA 6. What sort of storage space is GTA 6 taking? This is a GTA 6 storage size PS5. Do we know yet? I don't think we actually know yet, do we? All of it. Xbox has accidentally leaked the file size of GTA 6, 676.7 gigabytes. Oh, that's clearly a meme, isn't it? Because it's the 6767. That's clearly a meme. That's not legit. I was just wondering if because there's actually a pre-order now. I wonder if because there's a pre-order they have to provide estimated, you know, specifications. No, it doesn't seem to have any info. I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like GTA 6 turn up and be like 400 gigabytes. Luckily, my PlayStation, I think it's the 2 terabytes. How much has the PlayStation Pro got? It's 2 terabytes, right? And it's the only game that will be on the console. I'm not worried. But in terms of, like, you know, if they did a high fidelity World of Warcraft, can you imagine how much storage space it would take? I mean, the recent high definition, you know, WoW's a pretty chunky game these days as it stands. I have no idea how big my WoW install folder is, but I would imagine it's pretty spicy.
Hi there.
Boom! Flame Keepers of Zandalar. Right, Kazalgar and Midnight. Desecrate the Alliance's bonfires in Kultiras. Wishlist for the next WoW, no clipping. Transparent scenery is the #1 thing I would love to see them do. When I fly past a tree, right, like this, why, oh why, does the tree not go at least semi-transparent when I do this? Why, oh why? Like, why does foliage and decoration like this have to be like... this is just annoying. Why? It's probably close to my #1 wish list item. Like, if I fly past this rock with my camera, the camera the other side, like, why doesn't the rock go transparent? So many people prefer to play this game with the camera zoomed out, and it's actually, from a gameplay perspective, far more beneficial to have your camera zoomed out as well. So making all of the scenery at least semi-transparent would be such a quality of life, it'd be unreal. You can at least get your model visible behind the objects now. Yeah, you can give yourself an outline, can't you? But that just kind of seems weird to me. I mean, I know my character's always in the middle of the screen. He doesn't move. Like, I know where I am. But it seems weird that it's yeah. Oh wait, hang on. Take me to Mechagon.
What's the word on the street? Keep
all aboard! The greasy eel's leaving port! The Resistance is always in need of resources. You can aid us by locating mechanized chests across the island.
Now you want me to fly from Mechagon all the way down to Tirisgard Sounds. This doesn't feel like it's the sensible path in the slightest. Is there not, like, outrageous levels of... Can you actually fly from Drosvar to Mechagon? I thought it was not actually a thing you could do, but I guess we'll try. feel like the whole of WoW is just a collection of workarounds. They would benefit so much from starting again and rebuilding it. Imagine the world quest you could design if you actually had the space to start from scratch with new physics, new environments, etc. Well, this is all very theory, but if you hear me ramble from time to time about what I think they've been doing with this World Soul Saga, I am almost convinced that the World Soul Saga, inclusive of Dragonflight, so Dragonflight, The War Within, Midnight, and The Last Titan, as a block of 4 expansions, I am borderline convinced that there's only really 1, maybe 2 expansions worth of planned content in those. Yet they're spreading it out over 4 expansions in order to basically mean that they can be working on some monster of a project. Like, you know, an almost entire overhaul. Now, whether it will turn up as like, hey, this is WoW 2, this is a complete overhaul, probably not. But on an expansion launch, there will probably be humongous engine updates that happen behind the scenes, for example, giving them the ability to do extra things. Now, this sort of stuff is what takes years and years and years to like fully develop. If you think about player housing has been something they've been cooking for, I mean, they claim like over 5 years. And that's just, you know, a feature within the game. If they're gonna like really rebuild the engine from the ground up kind of thing, that's probably something that takes 3 or 4 years to just like get to a functioning state, I would imagine. Which can only happen, you know, passively behind the scenes with a you know, a spare team of people. But like I said, I'm not sold on the fact that there will ever be like a WoW 2. Mostly because there are both players who've played the game for 5 minutes and players who've played the game for 20 years. The latter is probably less willing to give up absolutely everything that they have done over that 20-year period. And that would kind of mean there will always be this kind of like core audience who will just like out of just stubbornness more than anything else choose to continuously play WoW 1, if we're going to call it that. Now, I know Blizzard doesn't mind too much about fragmenting the player base these days. You know, look at Classic as an example. You either play Classic or you play Retail. There's very few people that like proactively play both. Some people, you know, dip into one but primarily play one. The new WoW could be for a new generation. That is both true and also something that would kind of worry me. It would kind of worry me because the Zoomer generation doesn't suit MMOs. The genre of MMOs are time sink games for people that only want to play one game. I don't think Blizzard really would do that well to try and cater heavily to the, you know, the Fortnite crowd.
The war chief has laid claim to all resources.
And if anything, I think Retail is about as close to that as you'll get. Oh, wait, what? What's going on here? Oh, shit. These are, like, legit killing me. Fuck. I'm in flipping BFA. I'm not expecting to get killed here. What's going on? Forget these are still technically faction zones, aren't they? Just want the game I'm playing to be better, less janky. For instance, there's no excuse for armor that has a flat texture these days. Yeah, I do think that aspect of it, when you look at what some other games can do for their armor, and it's fully three-dimensional rendered models, it does just kind of smoke wow, you know, when we get sold that another recolor of a flat set of armor is supposedly something to spend hours chasing after. I can definitely see why people these days aren't as impressed. I mean, fuck, even look at Diablo 4 for Christ's sake. I mean, obviously they put effort into Diablo 4 because it's their main source of monetization outside of selling the box. Nvidia claimed that the future is cloud GPUs, so maybe WoW gets some sort of massive graphic update. I think cloud GPUs is interesting. There is also part of me that can't possibly believe that a GPU up in the cloud can give me the same performance as having a GPU in my box by my feet, you know? Look at what's happening with like Apple Silicon, for example. Right? My CPU's here, my RAM sticks are here, but apparently they're too far away from each other. Right? CPU here, RAM sticks here. No. Too far. They gotta be here. Right? We get told that is like two items sat next to each other are far too far away for performance purposes. Yet all of a sudden our GPU can be in the cloud. No, I think that's there's some in math and mathing on that one. Even if you don't know about technology or the science behind it, the math seems a bit questionable on that one. There seems to be some marketing at play there, probably to sell you a subscription for your graphics card. But it's one of those, isn't it? If there's a trade-off potentially, if you either have to buy a 5090 graphics card for $2,500 to have it locally, or you can rent the near equivalent performance of a 5090 for, you know, $19.99 a month. There's a market for both of those options, isn't there? Not everybody wants to spend €2,500 on a graphics card, but if you could have the same or very near to the same performance for $20, some people would pay $20. So Nvidia will happily sell it to you, I would imagine. The GeForce Now stuff is quite clever though. But of course its issue is where you need that like lightning fast performance. Great if you're playing like a single player RPG or something. That's not WoW anymore, is it? It's not WoW, unfortunately. Let's do the Kazalgar ones, because apparently I've missed those. How the Christ do I get back from here? Just Hearthstone and figure it out from there. You'll own nothing and you'll love it. No thanks. Don't want to pay a monthly fee just to have a graphics card. I mean, what is it? It's about a year ago now I bought my new graphics card. And if you break it down, I got the 5080 and I paid €1,200 for it. If you break that down over the last year of me owning that graphics card, I've paid €100 a month for that graphics card. You know, there's lots of people out there that, like it or not, would happily pay $20 a month instead of $1,200 up front, you know? Sure, you don't own shit at the end of the day anyway. But there's also a category of people who wouldn't sell it when they're finished with it anyway. There's people who just use it until it's not usable. You know, 5 years later, a 5 years old graphics card is frequently worth basically nothing compared to what you paid to it anyway. It's telling me to click the portal to Dornagol. That's not how this works. That's not how this works, Zygo. Did wonder why you're trying to take me here. GeForce Now is good, it's just quite predatory. You basically need the highest tier to be able to game uninterrupted. Okay. Not looked into it for a while. Yeah, I've not looked into it for a while. Okay, we need to get to Isle of Dawn. Why? Let's just do this properly. Take the portals. Zygo's trying to be clever, but it's got its clever backwards somehow. It also has ads if you don't pay for the highest tier. Yeah, that fucks me off so much that if I'm going to pay a monthly subscription for something and I'm then going to get ads on top of it, you can just do one. Like this, just at that point you can just do one. Netflix does that with its basic subscription, doesn't it? Netflix, you have a basic subscription that still has ads. And then you have a mid-tier subscription that then doesn't have ads. And then you have the top-tier subscription that is then like 4K or something. Which to me seems absolutely bonkers. Is why I'm glad my wife pays for the Netflix, not me. Because I'd be spitting feathers, I think. Has ads if you don't pay for the highest tier. Used it for a month just to try it out. Yeah, I mean, arguably. This is the thing. It's that convenient. People will pay convenience tax to not have to fork out for something in one big go. No, it's the reason the subscription model works so well. Because if you ask somebody for €10 a month, they'll give it to you, probably without blinking. But if you ask somebody for €120 in one go, and then for the next year, they're like, "Fuck no, that's way expensive, mate." You know, this is the psychology behind why subscriptions work. It's the same quantity of money, but in order so that people will pay a premium to not have to manage their own finances. And if they can just straight up give a company $10 a month and have a thing now, they'll often jump at the opportunity.
Yeah, what do you want?
I mean, I'm just as much of a sucker for that as everybody else. You own a PS5? Yeah, I got a PS5 Pro. Fun fact, it's still boxed and sealed. I have never opened it. Yeah, it's purely for the purpose of playing GTA 6. And I also bought it before the price hike, so in a weird kind of way, it was buying it a year early was the right move. Even though I was pissed off that they delayed the game again, but to be fair, if GTA did actually come out like now, like it was rumored to at one point, it would have been probably fine. Why am I picking up dirt piles? Stopped pirating games long ago because I can just buy everything via Steam. If I want to watch TVs or movies, though, I have to sub to like 10 different services. Yeah, I am so thankful that Steam is as prominent a thing as it is. Because yes, I'm not big TV I'm not big, like Mrs. Manthias is the TV watcher, but we still have 5 different subscriptions to 5 different things because she wants to watch this program off that and this program off that one and so on and so on. Yeah, with games just being like, I live by the theory, if it's not on Steam, I'm probably not going to play it. I do actually also have an Xbox subscription. And I tend to play enough to make it worth having. And I will often utilize the Xbox Game Pass for, you know, a brand new AAA release that I don't really want to pay $60 for because I don't even know if I like it yet. That's where Xbox Game Pass is kind of really useful for me. And I feel I get my money's worth out of it for like $10 a month or whatever it is anyway. That's the difference, isn't it? Do you feel you actually get your money's worth out of this? You have to have 5 different subscription services all at $10 a piece. Are you getting $50 worth of value a month out of them combined? Yes or no? I don't know. But yeah, having everything in one place is such a convenience. Amazon at the start said no ads, but then out of the blue we now have ads. What with Prime Video? It's a difficult concept, isn't it? Because the internet has never figured out a better way than ads. We would have a better way. We would have a better way if ads weren't, for the most part, because ad-supported content provides the majority of people that content for free. You know, because people don't attach any value to being shown an ad, because you haven't got to pay, like you haven't got to put your hand in your pocket to pay for something. People are annoyed by ads. I very much get it. But at the same time, people don't attribute value to ads the same way they do as actually giving somebody money. And until there is a better option for giving people things basically for free and whilst making them financially viable to do, ads are going nowhere. That's kind of the problem. Unfortunately, the subscription model is the closest next best thing, but companies have to get over that hurdle of getting somebody to pay at least something in the first place. Interesting that I've not been selling much decor, but been selling more transmog across multiple realms. Interesting. Ads are fine, I'm in ads now. Yes, true, ads are technically running right now on Twitch. Pretty aware that we're basically endorsing a monopoly in the market. Yeah, it's a toughie. Xbox Game Pass is so much value. Palworld 1.0 full release will be on Game Pass for 10 days via their current existing license. Is Palworld having a full release soon, is it now? Now that it's... Has their friendly neighborhood discussions with Nintendo mostly been resolved now?
Victory
And
lies
by
ahead.
resolved, I mean Nintendo got told to shut the fuck up and go away. Palworld was fun, you know. I enjoyed Palworld. July 10th. Oh, okay. Interesting. Just made a level 1 on Taran Mill, and in the starting zone, it's full of automated leveling bots. Is it really? Oh dear.
Our enemies will fall.
If there's lots of bots leveling, that's usually an indication that quite recently a lot of bots have been also then banned. Because that'll be them spinning up new accounts and new characters. I mean, because Blizzard never win that race, they just, you know, they just cause setbacks to the people doing it. If they're all starting afresh and all leveling new, it at least means something's been going on.
The Twilight Blade are sabotaging our lumberyard again. Save what light wood you can find and hit them back hard.
Right, we should have got ourselves a bunch of 277 burning blossoms. Wait, did that say like 6,000 or something? What the Christ? Estimated amount needed to obtain the remaining things. 6,350 burning blossoms. Are you mad, game? How much do each of these items cost? That's flipping bananas. Okay. There was me thinking, I've flown around and said hello to a few of these things. I should be pretty good for a while. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe it's because the heirloom upgrades are an option. That's making those super duper mega expensive. We'll have a look. There's no way I need 6,500 burning blossoms, surely.
Greetings, journalists favored.
Boom! Flamekeeper of Midnight done. Right. Well, I've clearly done most of the Midsummer stuff over the years. Flame Warden of Khazalgar. Your progress 4 of 5. Even in progress. Oh, do I need to do them from... Oh, okay, I need to do those on an Alliance character as well, apparently. I'm going to assume it's the same for this. I need to do it on an Alliance character as well. Igniting the skies. Excited to level my guys with lumbering, craft so much decor in the process. It's a very slow and steady way to do it, but it does kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It definitely does. You know, it's the same concept as leveling via herbing and mining. You know, it's never rated as the quickest way of doing it, but makes that cash monies. Midsummer supplies. What have we got here then? 500 burning blossoms for a toy? Christ on a bicycle. Okay, no wonder I've not picked up half of these. Didn't realise they were all this expensive. Sun Festival painted girdle added in 12.0.7. So this is the new stuff. It's between 75 and 150 per appearance. Yeah, this is it's just a time sink, isn't it? There's no way to beat around this bush. It's just a time sink for the blossoms to get them set a mog that I don't think I care about. Toys I would probably pay attention to and try and get a bit of, but you get XP whilst lumbering. Yes, it acts the same as normal gathering. So if you get the lumbering whilst mounted achievements for 250 of each of the lumbers, you can quite efficiently level well, it's not that efficient, but you can level basically any character whilst doing your decor lumber gathering at the same time. Right, give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. I need a quick pee, and then I'll consider if we're going to farm up some more of these burning blossoms or whether we're going to find a new adventure. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty. Do you get XP whilst lumbering and same XP on any expansion? What you'll need, there is a slight caveat. What you will need to do is make sure you've got Chromie time switched on. So it basically scales the zone to your level. That way you get the most experience from lumbering, but of course it does mean that any mobs you come across, you will have to, if you if you get aggro, you'll have to kill them, and it's like it's killing a normal mob. They won't all be low-level one-shot mobs. But if you can lumber whilst mounted, sorry, you'll mostly avoid getting into combat pretty much anywhere you go. So it's really only the Midnight expansion where there's always a flipping mob next to the tree. That's at least how it appears to me. Did I not buy all of the... How many pearls does it claim I need to get the rest of everything? 18,000 more pearls to get the rest of everything. Oh, snap. I didn't realise that was the case. Oh, damn. I mean, I've been using all of my pearls to buy fused vitalities every week. I didn't realise there was 18,000 pearls worth of stuff I need. That can't be right, though, can it? Because that's taking into what we got here? 2,250 pearls for a fish transmog? Holy. 3,000 pearls, 4,500 pearls. I should get the decor stuff. Kebab the pet. Alright, we got to go get some pearls. I need the, I'm only just over halfway to the 1,000,000 for the pearls. Total historical lumber, 30,300. Current lumber inventory, 8,265. Holy balls, you've been going ham.
Listening, my friend.
Jesus.
The lower
Fair play.
victory keep them
Fair
high.
play. Yeah, you're going to be actually laughing all the way to the bank when blueprints come out. Took me 6 hours of torture, but all of the rares, the world quests, and the 100 Storm Evasion achievements done in Val. God, I do not wish to go back to that nightmare ever again. The 100 Storm Evasion thing's so annoying. Got to 90s and some goon dragged in a mob on me. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's a feat of strength, that one, isn't it? So, it's... I'll happily ignore that one. That said, I do still need to do the Chasing the Storms one to get 5 storms. That kind of needs to be on my list. My to-do list. I don't think I've got the patience to stand there and press a button 100 times
Good to see you again.
without blinking. I certainly am not going to be able to do something like that on stream. I know my limits. Same itch here. I've been getting 250 achieved slowly. I'm about 21 away. Yeah, I do need to check over on the NA realms to see how the lumber thing's going. Or, more importantly, just need to farm up some more. The new lightsaber transmog looks cool, then I saw it comes to the new zone and lost interest. Yeah, it's cool, but, you know, it's cool, but is it worth it? Yeah. I do understand. Shit's not worth trading your sanity for.
Akilzon's winds brought you to me.
Just doing it for the 2 new mounts and the meta. Still, those 2 new zones are the worst I've ever seen in WoW. Yeah, the 5 storms one is part of the meta, annoyingly. Means I am going to have to poke my nose in there a few times each week just to make sure I get that done. In fact, after I've farmed up a few pearls, I might go torture myself a little bit and get that done. Since I've only actually got today and tomorrow before it flip-flops the other way again, don't I? The difficulty, right? I kind of want the mounts because they look kind of the mech suit mount one is really kind of quite cool, but one of those. How much of my sanity do I want to trade? Imagine now the people who made these new zones will be in charge of making WoW 2. I'd be very much worried. Oh, God. Don't say such things. You that sells all the stuff, it does. 2,500 pearls for the pet. Come to me. Grab the pet. $1,808 pets now. Jesus. Well, that's total. I don't know what my unique pet number is. Okay, now it's just the transmog and decor. Aha, it's a fish, I see. I see. And then the diver's suit. Wasn't there a version of this that was on the trading post not so long ago? I wouldn't mind getting one of each of the decors, I think. Add this decor to your house chest for the purpose of collecting all the decor. I think I still care about collecting decor more than I care about collecting transmog. Why does it not want to let me buy that? Where did they go? Oh, hello. What's going on there? Ah, no. Oh, the ATT noises are so good. What do we need? 1,000, 2,750 for the rest of the decor. Anybody's bothered to 100% the fishing vendor in Hallowfall? Went back to the zone the other day and ATT was staring at me. Yeah, I've only just recently started paying attention to ATT. I usually don't pay that much attention to it in Season 1. Just cause, more often than not, we get more bored in the second season and find more time to more time to go collecting in Season 2, but I don't know why I've got the itch to collect things at the moment. Sort of a bit of a need to try and collect as much of the Season 1 stuff as possible, whilst it's still Season 1. I'm going to be honest, I don't even know what the fishing vendor in Harendir is. I should look at doing fishing stuff, although 12.1 is going to give us plenty of excuses to do all and everything fishing.
The Loa are back. I feel like a child again.
Oh, the Saturday only vendor one, okay. The fishing tournament. I've literally never done those. Literally never. Close I got for a minute. This is going to get us some progress to the 1,000,000 points. And doesn't actually take too long, so I don't mind doing it. I know a lot of people have bashed this little Abyss Anglers thing. And I was skeptical of it for sure. From what I saw of it when it was on the beta. But this is kind of like one of those just kind of oddball out there bits of bonus content. I don't really mind. Because it's got some depth to it. It's, you know, it's not super duper mega engaging, but it's got enough for it to not be totally terrible. Actually don't mind this. You know, a few achievements, a little bit of mini progression, you know, a few little interesting things to figure out and unlock and whatever. I think the 1,000,000 points achievement is a bit of a stretch mind, but technically if you just go for maximum points rather than maximum pearls, you can get the 1,000,000 points quite easily. You can get like 25 to 50,000 points a run. Still don't have all the gear in that. Missing 5 fish to collect and 4 more of the mythic kills. Yeah, I think I've only killed the mythic dude once. I did that for the achievement. Yeah, I've got catch a mythic creature 6 times. I've literally done it once. $5,000 angler score seems like a nice middle ground for me. It both gets you 428 pearls, 428 pearls and 5,000, so, you know, it seems technically diminishing returns kick in from like anything past, I think, 3,000 score. But my theory was always that getting 1,000,000 points I'll probably get accidentally by farming up fused vitality on the weekly basis anyway. I focus on getting just as many pearls as quick as possible. One more treasure. Is there any point in crafting the fused vitality version of the fishing rod, or just get the 12.11? Well, you don't get the 12.1 fishing rod until you've like basically completed fishing. So, yeah, I would definitely say get the fused vitality one. Because your journey to get to like the equivalent of Exalted in 12.1 with the new fishing dudes will justify the use of having the fused vitality fishing rod for sure. Optimize the amount of rare fish you get and the gold that you make on that journey. Because the way it looks, it's been weird in Season 1. Because the fish that have been most valuable in Season 1 are not the rare fish. Because they've been going into Majestic Beast lures. But the way that it looks in Season 2 is that the rare fish are going to be big in the new feasts. So having a fishing rod stacked with perception to get more rare fish will be, in theory at least, more profitable whilst you're doing your fishing dailies and whilst you're farming up whatever else you need to get the rep. Got that one yet? No. What have I got? 940. I was literally 60 short. It's Gamazed. Got 33 extra fused vitalities without any use for them. Oh, I mean, if you've already got the fused vitalities, yeah, just make a fishing rod. Make the rod. Get rodded up.
May Akilzon bear you on her wing.
Now, it's questionable whether I would put the Master Fishing Lure enchant on it, because that thing's pretty damn expensive still. And your new fishing rod gives you a way to slowly but surely generate the components that you need for that, the fishing line stuff. I think all it does is buffs your chance for treasures as well, doesn't it? I don't think it actually gives you any extra perception. I don't know. Okay, that's the decor from there. Pets and decor done. Not particularly sure I care that much to get 4,500 for the green diver's suit that I'll never use, or 3,000 to get the other appearances I'll never use. It feels like cheating, but I almost want to turn just transmog off in my ATT settings, because I genuinely 100% do not care about collecting transmog at all, but I still like to see what the options are, why I don't turn it off. You collected the decor, but have you even done your house yet? No, but decor's going to get rammed down our throats so hard this expansion, there will come a point to where I will play around with decor at some point. It'd be nice at least to have a splattering of decor to start with. Can you have ATT but just for decor? I mean, in the settings, you can in theory turn everything else off. But I think there's probably better add-ons out there if you just want decor stuff. ATT, I mean, is good for tracking all the things. It's not so, you know, it's not called some of the things for a reason. Is there a season 1 like proper meta achievement? Tripping through stars is the... Yeah, this is the one I need to double check on. I might just go double check, see if this world quest is up. To the Void Storm. Portal hopping. Little cheeky bit of load screen simulator. These are chasing the storm achievements. Do they have to be done in heroic? Climate change. Is there a normal and a heroic version of them? Heroic, climate, strange, Val. So yes. There are heroic. You need to do them in heroic. Of course you do. Okay. I could have probably just looked at the map rather than coming here. I've just realised. Which world quests is it? Rampaging elementals defeated. Storm mitigation. It's this one, isn't it? That's the one I need to do.
Those elementals appear to be quite passive when they're small, but are extremely hostile when larger. See if we can use this to our advantage.
Sabotaging the Dominar's portal network will stifle their invasion to Azeroth. Do what you can and slow their efforts.
Alright, kill these. Your pet is dead. Why is he dead? Why is he dead? I already remember why I don't like this place. There's the other achievement for using the monster thing until it's done, I think it's called. Oh yeah, you're right. That looks like a pack of mobs I wouldn't mind getting a kill on. There's no way this pull ends well. Although, it seems like, once again, Guardian Druids don't die. How's the doggo doing? Yeah, dog's all good now. It was a day or two where his face was a bit... He was a bit like a beach ball, but he's, you know... He's all good. He's all good. Once the swelling went down, he was fine. I mean, arguably, the end of the day, he was fine. You know, the anti-venom did its job. €500 though, just for a shot of anti-venom was kind of like, oh, that was crazy. What are we doing with this block of ice? Okay, don't get too distracted out here, because I really don't want to be here. I'm here purely for the benefit of getting that one achievement done. We're now 3 of 5 on the climate change. Yeah, Finland's 2 snakes. 2 snakes. The damn venomous one got him. At our summer place, not at home. The irony is in like over a decade, I've only ever seen like 2 snakes at our summer place. And the first time I see the venomous one is when it's bitten my dog. Frosty Dominar Politics. What's this one? Complete the quest lines. Guess we can't do that yet. Prepare for a showdown. Complete the following quests. I guess we can't do these yet either. Did he eat much when he was... Yeah, I mean, he didn't lose his appetite or anything. Like, you know, as far as Solo was concerned, the snake bite was just an annoyance. He just went all swollen and, you know... We got him the anti-venom shot within a few hours. He just had to be on some meds for a couple of painkillers for a few days and the anti-venom shot, and he was all good. Just an unexpected €1,000 bill I wasn't really hoping for at this time of year. Okay, well, we've We've done the achievement there. Nice and quick time. What we got on here? Work on getting the quest log empty. Good way to chase the squirrels. We go into Harandar, maybe we'll end up picking up some moths or something. Strange orb of light that's warm to the touch. Holding it to your ear, you can sometimes hear a child at play or a hunter discussing a hunt, and sometimes an elder telling a story about a life well lived. Interesting. Where's that then? The middle of this lake or something? It's just a fish.
The defenders of the Vale are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to revive them.
Where's this moth? Where is he? There somewhere. There he is. Cheeky. Cheeky. Find all of the glowing moths. Dust them off. Oh, I've got 75 out of 120 of all the moths already. Was this in the cave as well? Damn. Aha, cheeky. Gotcha. Yoink.
I have wares. Now you are ready.
Decor specialist. What do you have?
Trade.
Oh, snap. Must complete the quest Root of the World to purchase this. Cauldron of Echoes, Endless Flames, Legends Never Die. Oh my god, there's humongous amounts of decor. Jesus.
Ready. I listen and remember. Words?
That was easy enough. Yeah, this is the one zone, I think, that I've probably played the least in this entire expansion so far. And interestingly, it's actually probably one of my favourite zones from like style, design-wise. I think this zone's absolutely beautiful. I just, for no real reason, I've just basically never been here. I've done enough to do... How is that? I've done enough to be... like to have unlocked it all and whatever, but I've really not spent any time out here at all. I need 500 of these puppy dogs for a mount. 500 mysterious sky shards. I've got 17 apparently. I'm doing some quests out here. I'm 100 out of 120 on the moths. Yeah, I'm tempted to make them all go away so that then they're done.
When the Harania first walked this land, they met no welcome, only fangs and fury, as creatures struck with deliberate, unseen intent. Battle was joined, hoof and claw against vine and thorn, but in that frenzy, they teetered on the abyss of madness.
Oh, inside the cave.
The roots at the shrine must be tended. Gather what you need from the nearby stalkers.
Where's the cave entrance then? Very confused. This one? No, don't fall in the puddle. Oh, shit. Am I meant to do this with... I probably meant to do this with a disguise on the entire time, aren't I?
The beast lay broken alongside Waynan's fallen kin. Had they fallen to its claws, or his own? Rage numbed him until the scent of home pulled him back from the abyss. A lesson unmarked is a lesson soon forgotten. So Waynan took the remains of his foe in order to make a charm of remembrance. Clutching his foe's remains, Waynan led his allies to a magical dust-filled cavern. There, the remnants were bound into a charm, balance held in both hand and heart.
Uh-huh. That makes that one move. Need that one lots. Okay, stop! Ta-da! Magic.
And so the charm was made.
Genius, me.
A warning, a reminder. We must be more than instinct.
Cool. Waynard Part 3, there must be more up inside the cave. Well, I've done that bit. Done that bit, game. You end up checking stuff on the NA account this stream? No, I actually didn't. We're chasing far too many squirrels at the moment. Far too many squirrels.
Go and make legends.
Oh, another 1,000 void light. Don't mind if I do. Yoink. Yes, so many a squirrel is being chased right now. if I boot up the NA account, we know exactly what's going to happen. It'll
Find the forgotten.
I'll get stuck over there. Cash money. Lore-wise, I liked all the little painting things in the zone. It's a cool way of, like, telling the story. Stumble across a painting, you know, do a little mini quest line.
Welcome to the cradle. I am Axum, and I listen to the voice of the cradle. I carry knowledge that is hidden to even most Haranir. The goddess's memories have been shared with me,
relax.
and I share them only with those who understand their importance. Continue to learn about the Haranir and our history. I am interested to see if you and perhaps another are worthy of those memories.
These unlocked weekly by chance.
Walk in wisdom.
These feel like they're only available weekly. That'll have to go on the long-term to-do. The long-term to-do list for sure. What else we got now? Should we do... I think we need to get the moths out of the way, don't we? Old aggro, I got this. Get killed by a fungal strider. Ah! Where's one of those big dudes then? There's one. Get me. What, Slacker finished all of those ages ago? Like last week. Ta-da! Easiest achievement. Easiest achievement ever. There's no denying I am hard slack on this patch's content. This is the thing with an expansion launch. Like, there's a lot of game to play with an expansion launch to begin with. But when you spend the first month to like 8 weeks just doing goal making related stuff, basically not touching the game at all, there is double much to do. Double much. How am I gonna find? Here's a interest. Can I alt right click? Alt right click and have. Oh my god! Look at all the potential moth locations. I was wondering if there was going to be a clever route to follow to make sure we've hit all of the moths, but I think the only option is to slow and steady our way around the whole map here, isn't it? Is there exactly the amount you need as well? Or is there like more moths than you actually need? Well, we'll grab some wood at the same time. We'll grab some wood at the same time whilst we double check that we've hit every node that can be spawned for a moth. Hello, tree. There you are. Yeah, you need every single one. Wow, okay. Welcome in, Jensen. Good morning. We're chasing squirrels today. That's the name of the game. Chase them squirrels. Oh, there is one there. Where is he? There he is, look. Yoink. $77 out of 120. There he is, cheeky little fella. 28. To be honest, I'm amazed I've got 78 of them already. Considering how much I haven't played in this zone, or don't feel as if I've played in this zone, to have like nearly 80 of the moths already is kind of wild. It's another one. I probably should be doing this on my druid so I can get some herbing and mining stuff done at the same time, but hey, you can't have everything. Pick up the lumber instead and be happy about it. That looks like a moth. Look. Oh no, that's not a moth. What is that? It was a treasure. Few distractions if not doing it herbing, mining and lumbering. Well, maybe. But it is on my to-do list to get my herbing and mining character, quote-unquote, caught up. Just since for Season 2, it'll be a very interesting adventure seeing what herbing and mining is like on a fully maxed out character. The difficulty is there's no way I'm ever going to get full epic gear on my herb and miner characters. I can barely be bothered to do... barely be bothered to do the flipping dun runs on my main crafters, even with the even with the quality of life of being able to do 8 runs instead of in 8 runs in one. The chances of me it's here somewhere. Where is it? The chances of me doing that on my gatherer are like non-existent. Is there a house or a cave or something here? Ah, yeah, cheeky cave, look. Upstairs? Of course you're upstairs. Of course you're upstairs, because I went downstairs. What if in the future Blizzard would let you exchange certain high-value materials for lumber? Like example, I don't have 10 epic enchanting crystals, exchange it for 30 midnight lumber. This devalue decor or lumber prices. I think for starters, I think the likelihood of that happening is very, 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 very slim. But wherever there is a conversion mechanic, all that happens is it just pulls the value of those materials to the point where they're the same. The interesting part of it with decor or with lumber is that most people don't have any clue whatsoever what lumber's worth. Probably one of the main reasons why it seems to be so underutilized from a goal making perspective is simply because I've seen basically nobody other than me even try and put together a value for lumber. Now, in fairness, I've shared my method out, so maybe there's lots of people out there that haven't needed to try and put a price to it themselves, or might have come up with the same way of doing it, but it pretty much feels outside of a small percentage of the gold-making community, nobody really knows what lumber's worth. So if they were to add some sort of trader or lumber to other materials or vice versa, it would probably only make farming lumber even more valuable than it already is right now, because you'd have an alternative. Well, one thing it would do for sure, if you could convert lumber into other materials, then you'll far more easily be able, others will be able to far more easily attach a price to what they consider lumber being, because it'll be worth something relative to something else, which is an easier maths problem for people to figure out. So it would make it easier to understand what lumber was worth, and when more people can easily see what it's worth, likelihood is that more people would go out and farm it. So you would kind of assume that more people farming it would probably bring an increased amount of lumber. If there's an increased amount of lumber, that's going to bring down the price of decor in theory. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? Wasn't there a decor add-on that showed you that one time on your NA stream? What a value for lumber. Oh, one thing I'd noticed on one of the major decor add-ons is that its valuation for lumber was completely wrong. Like, actually batshit crazy level wrong. Which one was it? I probably don't have it switched on right now. But yeah, I'd be careful about add-ons that give you an estimated value for lumber, because some of them were like, not just wrong, but like seriously wrong. I don't know. I think it was valuing lumber based on profit margins within TSM, but it was calculating those profit margins assuming that you weren't attaching any value to lumber in the first place. But if you have calculated a material price for your lumber, then the add-on was getting it all horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. Now, where is this flappy boy? Where is this flappy boy? Is there another cave or something around here? Down even further. On this level. Where the Christ is that? Aha, what we got here? The end of this cave, no doubt. There he is. There's the flappy boy. I think if you can trade lumber for materials, it would push people to farm lumber for that reason and negate the fact that you craft decor with the lumber, hence increase the price of the decor. What people would probably do is, because let's say hypothetically you could trade a dawn crystal for a piece of lumber, people would just then put a price on lumber being the value of one dawn crystal. Now, that's significantly less accurate a way to value it than I have done. And I think that would misrepresent the potential value that can be had from lumber. But then the value of lumber is a bit, you know, it's not quite, you know, it's a little bit more open for interpretation, because if you could farm lumber and then convert it into other materials, you can then basically instantly sell those other materials. So it's like, while you consider it worth less than what you could potentially get by crafting it with decor, but with the benefit of it being an instant sale, right? That's the payout. I value this less. I value it less, but I get my payment instantly. Whereas when you craft decor with lumber, obviously you still have to sell the decor, which for a lot of people is the reason why they don't bother in the first place. This is where the argument of that decor, that value is a, you know, slightly, decor's kind of slightly up for value is up for interpretation in the first place. Something is only worth what somebody else is willing to pay for it. Now, if you convert it into other materials because you know you can sell those other materials for something else, that's not an incorrect way to value something. But when there is the opportunity to turn a single piece of lumber into more gold via crafting it into decor, the opportunity cost of, you know, that's a trade-off, isn't it? You're trading off quick and easy selling of lumber via materials. You're trading that off for just taking less gold for each piece of lumber. As a thought experiment, it's interesting. I don't see Blizzard doing it. Like I said, I very much wouldn't see Blizzard doing it. Mostly because I don't think Blizzard sees there being a problem with decor at the moment. There was a bit of when decor first launched, there was a bit of community backlash on just how long it takes you to farm the lumber. And then Blizzard came out and made the hot fix to increase the amount of ×2 and ×3 procs you get when farming lumber. Now, fun fact, I don't think fucking anything changed. But the fact that they've come out and claimed they've already done something to address those problems, and hey presto, the problem stopped. Like, the complaints about how long it takes to farm decor seem to magically disappear overnight. Almost as if the people complaining about it weren't really people out there farming the lumber anyway. Surprise, surprise. It feels like they, you know, it feels like it was a PR fix, is the way I would describe it. They said they made a change when I don't really think they did actually make a change, but considering the complaints went away, I don't think they're ever going to reevaluate the situation, because why would they? As far as everybody's concerned, it's been fixed, right? There's a moth somewhere around here. Means there must be a cave or something on this level. Oh, is this water? Is there like a secret tunnel in this waterfall or something? That's often what causes these. Yes, there is. Cheeky bonus cave. I have an unshakable feeling that Blizzard will do something else with lumber. I mean, I can see why you have that feeling, because you've got stupid amounts of it pre-farmed, so you're kind of you're in a more risky situation because you've got lots of unrealized gains. I'm not sure they will do much extra with lumber outside of what they've already done with it now, because like I said, I don't see the outcry for them to do anything else with it. They're adding new recipes in 12.1, about 3 new recipes for each, 3 new decor recipes for each profession. We're also going to get some updates to housing, such as the blueprints and stuff. The likelihood of all of this is that it might drum up a few more people to take another look at farming some lumber, and it might stir a few more complaints that it still feels... Some people still find it difficult to farm it, but like you mentioned, if you're getting under like 200 decor an hour, you're just doing it wrong. It's not that it's not possible to get, you're just doing it really wrong. There's something here and I don't know how to get to there. Another one in a cave somewhere. Yeah, there's a splattering of new recipes for 12.1. Not anything super duper mega exciting yet, but like I said, just a few more decor recipes. Each of the professions, your standard contract and Vantus rune and that sort of stuff. Some new couple of new feast recipes, new food buff. There's a few little bits and pieces, like nothing revolutionary. Where is the lumber? Hello? There it is. Just realised I'm going to miss start of season 2 completely. I don't think you'll be missing much, honestly. I think there'll be a lot more life enjoyment to be had by being in Spain. Genuinely don't think you'll be missing much at all. I've not done a sort of like a YouTube video overview of 12.1 yet, but from what I've seen with a couple of afternoons of testing at the PTR, 12.1 looks to be quite filler season. There is nothing wrong with the new zone. It's a relatively pleasant zone to be in questing. But from a gameplay perspective, it doesn't scream anything that's got much long life to it. I think they're going to need to make a few changes to the faux player power experience in the bottom of the new zone. Farming coins in order to get coins faster to farm more coins is a gameplay loop that's fine, as long as there's a good enough reward and a good enough reason to do it. Of which, at the moment, there really isn't. More importantly, it will be something that people will just join a raid group and have completed by the end of the week anyway. So there might not be too much holding people in the zone for a long time. And it just doesn't seem as flavorful as what we've had in other zones either. To just, you know, to take opinions as much away from it as possible. The last few expansions, 0.1 zones, have both been significantly more interesting than what we're seeing with 12.1. Both the Zarelek Cavern and the Undermine are, without question, far better designed zones. Far more stuff to do in them, far more interesting content, far more. And that's from all walks of content as well. That's not just my goblin brain. It's just, you know, that's general across the board. Now, they might build in some stuff to, like, you know, this coin farm thing for, like, some fake player power is sure. Like I said, that's one of those things that will keep people busy, and Blizzard will probably make it more grindy in order to keep people busy with it for longer. Oh, have I gone and got myself stuck now? Damn. Right, we're going to have to put steady flight on for this. It's been a pain in the ass. Can't get where I need to go. Hoarding my crafting bags until then or not? Oh, to try and get recipes. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one. It could, at least as of yet, there doesn't appear to be any new raid recipes that might also then be in Moxie bags. I can only tell you what the scenario looks like right now, and it's like that. At the moment, it doesn't look like that's going to be a thing. But there's also a lot of unknown sources for new stuff, so new recipes, so... We'll see, we'll see. Yeah, fishing bags feels more likely a route to get recipes quickly. But of course, the reason why the Moxie bag trick is about getting the raid recipes before the raid launches. Fishing bags will just be you fish and you get a recipe, and the value of that recipe will be based upon the fact that you can get it straight away. I can definitely start to understand why people's perception of this zone from a long-term farming zone is rough. Because the elevation is brutal to deal with whilst dragon riding. You're trying to, like, land somewhere very specific. There's only some information data mined about the source of some of the recipes, and it's got the tagline like fishing treasures. So much like Dragonflight, when they did the fishing, you'd get recipes in a bottle or treasure in a bottle or something via fishing. It looks like they're doing something similar in 12.1. And that'll end up being the source for a handful of recipes.
The pit attracts many threats. See that they do not.
But like I said, that doesn't change. You know, doesn't change the answer to the Moxie scenario. I mean, as of right now, there's still a lot of very valuable recipes that come from those Moxie bags. So Doesn't feel to me like you're losing or gaining anything by turning your Moxie in now. It's a bit of a lottery getting those recipes in the first place. My take is probably saving your Moxie until the next season on the hope that there's a new raid recipe that comes out of the bags before the raid is open and available is kind of like choosing to not play the lottery because you don't have the chance to win the jackpot today. You know, you should... you can still win, you just might not win as big. But you've still got to win in the first place. It's like, you know, you choose which direction you want to go in. Big new feast only uses fish. Grab your poles. Well, yeah, the new feasts do look to be very fish heavy. Hence why getting your fishing prepped now seems like a play. Did you pre-order your PS5 copy of GTA 6? No. Why the fuck would I pre-order a digital game? Unless there's some benefit to doing so. I would actually be the kind of person that would very much want to buy a physical copy of GTA 6. Because one of the coolest things about the physical copies of Grand Theft Autos in the past was the map that comes in the box. But it doesn't look like they're doing that this time. Which is a bit of a sad one. I think I'll miss not having me big paper map. Weirdly. The only reason, honestly, the only reason I might pre-order it though is just so the money goes out my bank account now, and it's done and paid for. There's a strong possibility the closer we get to Christmas, and the further through this, like, okay, this is probably too much information for stream, but the amount of money I make by doing this as a serious hobby / full-time job decreases massively through the expansion, which means as the months go on, my finances get tighter and tighter. And by November, my finances might be at the point where they're pretty tight. There you are. Oh no, you're not a moth, you're a wrapped package. That's cheating. Where is this dude? He's around here somewhere. There he is. Oh no, my little goblin dude's too small. Oh, just about grab it standing on this log. Goblin legs. Goblin legs are not helpful. The new feasts. Loa's Gathering, Feast of Knowledge, and Amani Cornuptio. That's not a word. But yeah, they're heavy on fish. Well, they're all fish. All fish. But obviously balancing can still happen on these, and changes can also still change. Lucky Loa is an existing fish. Blood Hunter's an existing fish, but the rest of them are new. And fillets is just a maths equation to whichever fish is the cheapest. But they appear to be about 10% stronger than Season 1. When you compare old versus new. But once again, depends how they balance them, and are these finished? Who knows? But does make me wonder what the beef market will do if the feasts end up not using any meat, and it's all very, I don't know. Are we going to end up in a weird scenario that the old feasts will still sell remarkably well because they'll be just significantly cheaper? We'll have this kind of like, you can have a 10% better feast but for 50% more cost sort of situation, where you'll find that, you know, people will choose. People will vote with their wallets. There's always the argument that players will only ever consume the best of something, but history has taught me that's not really true.
Fongara village is beyond saving.
I mean, if it was true, normal quality potions and everything wouldn't sell at all, but they still shift. $19 moths to go. Quite happy we found quite a good amount of the ones I've been missing, though. I think an awful lot of these, well, they have to, an awful lot of those have to be ones that I've already found. These feel like they're in a cave somewhere. Cave that I don't know where the entrance is again. Well, they're not in a cave, they're up above. Oh, got those ones. Go clean this bottom corner, see what we can find. You know for a fact we're going to get to 119 and I'm going to be like, right, where's this last one? And I'm going to hit every treasure chest on the map. And I won't have found the last one, and then I'll cry. Getting a good amount of lumber as we do this, though. Gotta get the Dust Lord add-on. Oh, of course there's an add-on. Of course there's an add-on. ATT's served me well so far. If I can get away without installing a bonus add-on, I will. This expansion's definitely surprised me with just how outrageously quick add-ons can turn up out of seemingly nowhere. The world of vibe coding is done crazy things for add-ons. Why can I not see this moth? This is the scenario of I can't find it, but I feel like I should be able to see it. It claims it's not actually there. There's a moth. There you are. That worries me that it said there was one here and now I can't find it. Hope that's not a weird phasing thing. Apparently we've cleaned the bottom corner. Yoink. Haha, always a friendly. Always a friendly by the wood. Down lower? Secret cave? No, no secret cave. Where the Christ is this one then? Aha. Not secret cave, big ass cave. Yoink. There's another one. 106. Oh god, I hope we get this on our first lap. I hope I haven't missed any stupidly. I'll go around the outside and then loop back into the middle, I think. Oh! Oh, I tell you what, I don't know if they'll make any changes to lumber, but one thing I'd love to buy is a bit of deafness for lumber. Oh my god. The amount of time it takes to whack a tree. Oh, it's here, but I can't see it. Does that mean it's underneath me? Down here? There it is. Sneaky. Sorry, this has ended up being way more of a squirrel than even I expected today. Moths has been on my to-do list forever. I had no plans to do it today. What if you could pay with Thalassian lumber for more deafness when lumbering Thalassian lumber? Unironically, I'd take some of that. Yeah, give me some lumber farming expertise skill or something, yeah. I'd go for some of that. In a weird way, though, I kind of know why Blizzard don't, and I kind of also hope they don't. Lumber has nicely filled a gap that we lost when we went into Dragonflight. There is a solid need in the game for something dumb, simple, and entry level, which farming lumber is. Something that has no skill, no knowledge points, no profession tools, no learning curve. It's a simple ass. Fly around. When you see a node on the map, whack it. There's a real need for that in the game. That's a starting point for players, really. There's a real need for that. It used to be herbing and mining. Herbalism and mining used to fit that niche, right? Something that was steady, straightforward, no real skill requirements, no setup time, no big costs to get going. Herbing and mining used to be that for players, and players used to be able to rely on the fact that whether it be the first day of the expansion, 6 months into the expansion, or the last day of the expansion, they could pick up herbing and mining and make some gold relatively straightforward without, you know, any brain ache. With spec trees and everything that came with herbalism and mining these days, we've lost that. And this is where decor and farming lumber sort of refills that gap, in my opinion. Which I think is good. And I think because of that, they should kind of leave it alone and not mess with it too much, honestly. I still do that to level. What, just pick up herbing and mining? Yeah, I mean, the fact that you get experience for doing it as well is a big advantage now. It's not here. There's lots going on in this corner, but I think I've already cleaned this corner. Got 11 more moths to find from somewhere. Yeah, it's not particularly quick to level. Not in any way, shape, or form. It's not in any way competitive as from like a speed perspective to level by gathering, but two birds, one stone. You if you can make some gold whilst doing it, GG. But I kind of like the fact that there's a system in the game that's very straightforward to get into and everybody's kind of on a level with straight away. Like I said, used to be herbing and mining for like 15 years. It was herbing and mining. Sure, you had your bar of 100 skill, but that was like, you know, your first hour of herbing and mining, you feel that bar. You know, they mixed it up a little bit with like Legion having ranks on some of the materials and stuff, but they, you know, for the most part, it was just a very simple, you fly around and you see a node and you pick up the node. I think that probably plays quite heavily into the reason why these days you see even more so than ever people complaining that making gold is annoying and hard, because people are just creatures of habit. People have probably just you know, people who've played the game for a long time, they always used to just pick up herbing and mining and go make 20,000 gold. The issue is now on a brand new fresh herbalism and mining character, good luck making 10k gold. You need to put 10, 15, 20 hours into it, plus multiple weeks of, you know, weeklies to gain all the knowledge points and all of the catch up and whatever to even get to the dizzy heights of 20,000 gold. You know, most people who are casual about using herbalism and mining, the last thing they want is 6 months of weekly progression just to be able to do it at a very basic level. I mean, my opinion on this has kind of flip-flopped. When Dragonflight first came out and we had all of the spectries and the professions and everything and it was all brand new, I thought adding that extra layer to herbalism and mining was kind of cool. It made, in my opinion, gathering more fun. But there's no denying at the same time it took away that very simple activity that most players in the game can do to make a quick bit of coin. In the same way they always have, right? Okay, I can, you know, I can fit myself into the economy with an hour or two of herbing and mining in between, you know, while I'm waiting for all of the rest of my guild to come online or something. Nowadays, people just don't do that. They just stand around in the city and then complain they've got no gold. But to a degree, although people don't so easily realize it, farming lumber and crafting some decor is a similar system in, you know, in the 21st century version of the game. But just like it took everybody an entire expansion to realize how prominent concentration was going to be for gold making, players will probably take just as long to figure out that decor is this expansion's cash cow. But it's a cash cow because not everybody has realised it's a cash cow. Ooh, what are you? Go away. Decor doesn't sell that well now. Sold tons before the expansion and just start to do it again. Market seems slow. You're falling into the trap of comparison though. Decor still sells fantastically well, but you're comparing against a time which was abnormal. When something first comes out, yeah, it was mental, absolutely bananas. It slowed down for sure. That's, you know, Decor still sells remarkably well for what it is and for what it takes you to get, and for the, you know, the profit margins in it. Like, it has similarities to the transmog market in terms of that you greatly benefit from just having a lot of different pieces of decor up for sale, because you don't know who's going to come along and want exactly what. Some people try and throw stats and data at it, but everything I've seen sort of not contradicts each other, but none of it's really all that conclusive. It's basically just that there's lots of decor that does sell, but it's about having your items up for sale at the right time. So it's got similarities to transmog in sort of that regard, that you need a whole bunch of it pre-crafted and ready for sale, so then when somebody does come along and wants to build their house and they want a bunch of the crafted stuff, then yours need to be there ready and waiting. It's funny to me that like on a per item basis, there's probably more profit in crafted decor than there was in Shadowlands Legendaries, for example. But, you know, people don't seem to be trying anywhere near as hard to sell their decor. I don't know, it's just, it's people just haven't figured it out yet. People haven't put 2 and 2 together, that it's the new thing, this expansion. And there is a bit of a ramp up time on the crafting and selling of it, but what better time to start than now? I'm squirreling buying any of the decor that's 60% off the DB region price. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, I wholeheartedly know that flipping decor is the most lucrative way to do it, because it cuts out as much of the busy work. But of course, you can only flip as much as you can find that's cheap. Now, if there's lots of people on your server that also believe that decor doesn't sell and they're trying to deep discount purge sell it, then snapping it up and being consistent about relisting it is absolutely the way to make the most gold from it, because then you don't have to worry about doing the farming of the lumber, which is the time consuming bit. But oh god, I need 3 more. Need 3 more moths. There's one right up here. I bet I've never been that far up in the map to get that one. I'm going to go check that one out first. Missed that one at the beginning of my lap. This expansion's Gold Rush was back in November. People are forgetting this. Yeah, it was weird. It was so weird to have decor drop, like, 2nd of December it came out, which, considering the expansion didn't come out till the end of February, basically gave a 3-month head start. And, yeah, that opportunity for goal making was bananas. We are starting to get the success stories cropping up, though, now from people's midnight adventures. It's about that sort of time where people are like, right, I'm done making gold now. I've blasted for 6 months. I'm exhausted. Like, I'll come back next expansion. And some people are... I told you I forgot that. I would have never got that moth. Some people are starting to share their success stories now, and some of the numbers are kind of bananas. Floor posted in the Discord yesterday, I think it was. Their adventures into the BOE profession gear. And TLDR was, you know, about 200 million gold profit in just a couple of months. So there was it wasn't all a complete cash cow for Decor back in December, but flipping hell. No denying that Decor was very profitable when it first launched, but it's still very good now. Oh, there is a moth here. Where are you? Hello? Oh, this is... what? Completed by your warband previously completed this quest. Why is it showing on my map, but I can't see it? On this level. Okay, that's annoying. It's the first one that shows on my map that I actually can't find. I'm literally standing on it, apparently. In the fucking wall or something. Hmm. I'll come back to that. It claims my warband's already picked that one up, so it should be fine. But if I get to 119 and can't find the very last one, it's back here. I'm used to selling transmog, that's the slow seller, compared to Decor even now with its slower sell rate. It's still better. Oh, hello, what's Woo posting now? Holy smokes, yeah. Yeah. 2,620 pieces of decor flipped for 10 million gold profit on just one of the 4 accounts. Pretty, yeah, basically, based on EU prices, you've made nearly an entire token's worth of profit just off, you know, literature of the green dragon items alone. Yeah, I've switched off my 4 realm flippers for now, but I was still doing 5 to 8 million gold a month flipping decor, way into midnight. And obviously our little NA adventure is a bit of a slow grind at the moment, but the wheels are starting to turn. I'm starting to run out of little treasure chests and I need 2 more moths. Worryingly, there's one up here, look. There's one up there I've completely missed. Oh, you better believe that's going to be one of the moths, isn't it? Moths gathered, 118 out of 120.
You must prepare.
Oh shit, what's all this?
Go prepare.
Come back to you in a minute when we got the last 2.
The defenders of the Veil are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to revive them.
Yeah, I'd imagine, like I said, the flipping side of it is, in my opinion, the clearest and most obvious way to make like really good money with decor, but it is only as good as you can get cheap deals for. There's a bit of a diminishing returns on the harder you try to find cheap deals, the more time you're spending on finding cheap deals, you know, your technical gold per item is reducing. I've flipping harvested all of these now. We got to go look at this one, because that's got to be one of the ones. Told you I'd get to 119 and not be able to find one. I got to 118 instead. Only 2 more treasure chests on my map, apparently. There's one down this way, which I've clearly missed. Probably hiding behind another icon, isn't it? Completed by Manthe. Oh, no, you see, this one isn't showing as completed. Maybe this is one I need. Don't screw me over. 2 more moths. Moth found. There's one. Right, I literally need 1 moth. The one like miles over this way that I've just completely missed. Is it this one? Is the one sneaky in that cave? Ah, is that going to be the one? I can probably put dragon riding back on for this. I don't think we need the precision of slow flight. Typed it wrong. My previous statement still wanted to say that Decor Stealth's better than Transmog, even now that it's slowed down. No, that's what I assumed that you meant anyway. Yeah. Yeah, the similarities are there to Transmog in terms of the fact that it's not a player power item, is it? Player power items always sell like hotcakes because everybody wants to get more player power. Cosmetics are always inherently way slower sellers. But Decor's Blizzard's new baby. Player housing is the big new thing. Like, while it may not be player power, there is still tens, if not hundreds of people every single day looking to build a house afresh or improve their decor collection or whatever the scenario may be. Come on, is this going to be the last moth? Is this the last one we're missing? Oh no, it's not. Oh no. I've hit every single treasure node and I'm missing 1 moth. Right, well we've got to go back to this one then. Because this is roughly where the one was that I saw it on the map, but I couldn't find it on the map, if that makes sense. I think it's probably in a cave somewhere that just so happens to be at the same level. I think the map's just confusing. Need to kill rares on site still. I remember that. Rares have got to die. Two mounts we can get from rares. Still not got either of them yet. Never lucky. Inventory full? Oh, Jesus. Is this all the moth shit? Yeah. Please hold.
I've seen things that would scare you shellless. Not everything in the ocean is as good looking.
Right, focus now. Got to find this last moth. Convinced it's round here somewhere. There's got to be some sort of cave or something I'm missing. Why I somehow can't see it. You know, look there, it's on my map, look. Is it in... Let's go back into steady flight. Wood out of the way. It's literally here. There's got to be a cave or something around here that's making it spawn on the map here. But the fact I can't see it. It's here, but it's not here. Is there anything around here, like cave-wise? Is it just in the... Just in the den, but like properly in it. Gave up getting the mounts from the rares, killed 80, 0 mounts. I've heard they're very, very low drop chances. Oh, I'm as far north as I can get in here anyway. Is that... Why is that pinned? I kill all 59 rares every day, got 0 mounts, probably 1,000 kills if not more. Oh, Jesus. They are like super low drop chance then. That's pretty filthy. Right, I'm at a bit of a loss now. Because this is literally the last moth I need. And it's just not on my map, is it? Like, I can't possibly figure out where it could be. I knew the game was going to screw me over. We put war mode on and come back or something? Switch to the streamer client, yeah. That's a play. game takes so flipping long to do a reload. Look, it says glowing moth found again. Where? Motherfucker, it's in the game, but it's invisible. Down here is too low. Interact with target is G. You might have the bug. It's on this level. I think it's meant to just be like flapping here, but it's just not. It's not something you can target though. I have a friend and they have like 5 out of 70 kills. Blizzard says, you have invincible, that's enough. You can ping it with a macro. Hang on, let me... little look, see if... problem is I've got no idea of which one this is. Here's a script you can use to find missing ones. Want each line separately in chat. The only problem is that it doesn't see the nodes you've collected on other characters. You can use to put TomTom waypoints for only the ones you haven't collected yet. Moth waypoints add-on. Someone bugged. Can see on the minimap a blue circle and there should be moths, but there's none there. Oh no. Just installed Dust Lord. Is that... Let's have a look at that add-on. Dust Lord, Dust 'em Off achievement tracker. 24,000 downloads. Oh my god. So many people trying to get flipping moths. Come on, one more damn moth. One more moth. Oh no, I installed that on the PTR. Whoops. Oh, it didn't register. Flipping now, hang on. Look, it pinging as if it's here, look. God damn. Right, how do we use this then? One click waypoint navigation and video guides, no minimap icon or standalone. Use /DL or /Dustlord. Mark. Okay. Apparently it's not this one at all. We were missing moth number 63. All the way up here. Oh, thank Christ for this. Another clearly vibe-coded add-on, by the way. Look at it. Screams vibe-coded. Oh, where'd it go? This way somewhere. There it is! You son of a bitch. Beautiful. Beautiful. Wonder what the video is for. I wouldn't be too surprised if it links to their YouTube channel, where they've got clips of every single one of the moths. And I would categorically guarantee they make more in ad revenue off YouTube than they probably do off ad revenue via CurseForge. So I don't blame them.
The defenders of the Veil are growing weary. Use this rejuvenation pollen to revive them.
Where's the quest dude for moths now? It's back here somewhere, isn't it? Oh no, you're the regular quartermaster. Where's the moth? That's the moth vendor, isn't it? Over this way. Go. 120 moths.
You seek trade? You are
Loads
ready.
of goodies.
You must prepare. Return if you need. You are ready. You seek trade? You need wares.
Haha, it's the rhino mount. It's quite cool.
Go prepared. Return if you need. You are ready. You seek trade? You need wares. Go prepared. Return if you need. Go prepared.
And the flappy moth. Flappy moth with a glowy butt.
You are ready.
Not bothered about the mogs, but worth it for 2 mounts. Looks like a piece of stitched together skin. Bed. And a roll of ham. 2 mounts. Nice. Nice. Chat. I know we've been chasing moths. But that's the last squirrel of the day. The last squirrel of the day. I'm going to love you and leave you for today. Where's that add-on? What was it called? Dust Lord. Dust. Look, why are these not in alphabetical order? Make perfect sense. Dust Lord. Delete. Chat. Thank you very much for sticking with me through our little adventure, doing all sorts of random squirrels. There's slightly less of me this week because I've got a I've got a 2-night stay over in Tallinn with the wife for our 10th wedding anniversary. So that's going to keep me out of action for a few days from playing video games. So I'll be here tomorrow, but then that'll be me done for the week. I know it's kind of crazy to be talking about that on a Monday, but it's a short week. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. Once I'm back off mini vacation, we'll be able to put a little bit more of a serious focus onto the 12.1 patch. It's going to creep up on us really quickly now. It's only going to be a few weeks away before we get that. So, yeah. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. And I'll catch, hopefully, most of you tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.